Hi, Lily. How's it going? Holy shit. This child. He was supposed to go to camp and now he's tormenting me. Holy frick. How come I can't hear anything through my headphones? God damn it. I have to fix audio, I guess. Somehow the audio's friggin' goofed. Oh, I gotta fix it. Alright. Solve that. Alternate juror, hi. Uh-oh, we got a fatty cat coming in. There he is. Freaking Moe's butt. Moe's butt is here. Oh, the ring on the camera is not cooperating. Hey. Hey, you. Where's that goop? Get that goop out of there. There you go. I'm always late. Are you gonna be good? Or did you just choose anarchy this morning? Did you choose anarchy this morning? If you choose anarchy, you're getting down, like yesterday. That's how this cat works, in case you guys aren't aware. This cat right here. He either is good, or he chooses anarchy. He wants to fuck shit up. What if I offer you this little mini of Canadian Club that they gave me for free? Will that appease you? Oh yeah. Mosey loves Canadian Club. What a goofball.
Me?
Okay, Moe's butt. If you're gonna be good, that's good. Can I give you this? A little kitty bender. Where did it go? I don't know where it went. It's underneath him or something. What? There it is. I'll have to get a meme picture of him with it later. Post it to his Mosley fans. Oh, Loxy, hi. Nika-chan, hi. Well, I'm assuming that's not in reference to the Nika distillery, though. That would be too spot on, wouldn't it? We have this Japanese whiskey from the Nika distillery. You into that stuff? Probably not, right? That's probably a long shot. Love from Australia. Ooh, Australia. From down under. Japanese scotch. That's a good way to put it. Some of it is Japanese scotch. You're right. It's scotch that got sent to Japan and then got product of Japan put on the label. You're right. Japanese whiskey. Yeah, you're not wrong though. There is a lot of Japanese scotch. that is entirely true. You're not wrong. But yeah, I do a bunch of whiskey related things on this channel. So if you guys are into that, not right now, in about 4 hours time, we'll talk about some whiskey. But I have all kinds of stuff like this around. What I got here is Independent Bottle, Secret Highland. Loch Lomond. Got some Lankwood. We got all kinds of stuff. I got whiskey for days around here. Got a jet. Best of luck with the stream. Thank you. Thank you, Rick. Thanks for that. But this morning, we're going to talk about some caffeine, because that's what we do in the morning. We talk about caffeine. We got some Rockstar Watermelon Zero Sugar. That sounds absolutely terrible, but let's try it. Of course, we're going to rate this at a 100. Like we would a whiskey. 25 for aroma, 25 for palate, 25 for finish, 10 for texture, and 15 for my personal subjective opinion. Uh-oh. We have a second cat. She's kind of like stalking over here. Hey, you. No. Okay, well you can't chew on that. Are you going over here? Probably not. She sees this fat cat is here and she doesn't want to come over here. Yeah, I know. It's a race for my attention in the mornings. And this one's actually being good today. He's just sitting there. Instead of choosing violence. Well, I know, baby. There's another one here. Yeah, there she is. Yeah, Mosley's big butt's in the way. For you to get your love. But his butt is being cooperative today for some reason. My goodness. What? I know. Holy cannoli. Could you not? Hey. 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 Could you not? Thank you. Alright, Mosley Butt. I guess you've won this morning. I guess you're the winner. So yes, here we go. We'll try this Rockstar Watermelon Zero Sugar. Sounds absolutely terrible. But we'll give it a try. 157 caffeine. Actually pretty low on the B vitamins. 83% B12, 118 on B6. That's like low. There's a couple other things. The Rockstars tend to be pretty low, actually, in random non-caffeinated ingredients. But of course, we'll rate this out of 100. 25 for aroma, 25 for palate, 25 for finish, 10 for texture, and 15 for my personal subjective opinion. It is a watermelon color, I suppose. It smells like a watermelon. Look at that. It's actually more red on the camera, I think. In real life, it's more pink. More of a pink hue. Carbonation looks pretty good. Reasonable, reasonable. Yeah, it is very clear. The Rockstars tend to be more clear in my experience, whereas Monsters tend to be more cloudy. Seems like all the monsters we do are quite cloudy. And nothing that was ever quite like that rain we had, which had undissolved particles in it. I'm not sure if that's normal, but it did have undissolved particles in it. A super solution, if you will. Alright. Normally we use this turntable. I guess we can still use it. Mosley's big butt is kind of in the way today. There it goes. Happy Tuesday. Yes, happy Tuesday. Daniel Berry Sports Highlights. Wowzers. Alright, so... Okay, so, again... Aroma actually is kind of on the cherry side for me. I know, like, objectively we're going for watermelon, but doesn't always turn out exactly right. It does have a little bit of that kind of like green kind of likeness from like the watermelon rind, but to me the center like note of the aroma is more like a cherry rather than like a watermelon meat. Not terribly like complex though. I don't really get much else to it. If you want to go with like a hint of cranberry, you might get me with that. Yeah, mostly like red cherry with slight greenness, slight cranberry note. Some of that like artificial sweetness, artificial sugar, powdered sugar kind of aroma is like in the bottom. Overall, nothing too wowing, I suppose. What is happening? Oh, it's just your mother. Alright, so here we go. Rockstar Watermelon Zero Sugar. Cheers. Do you need alcohol right now? I got a 50 milliliter Canadian Club. You can down it right now if you You want to try this? Zero sugar watermelon? Oh, it's something. It's terrible. It's not good. It's rough. Yeah, it's a rough one. It's like the core watermelon flavor kind of failed. It's like it tries to get there, but it almost like collapses entirely into chemically artificial sweetener taste and green watermelon rind. Like you don't even really get it even for a second. It's like the arrival is fairly flat, and then in the mid palate you get into like the green part of the watermelon, like the watermelon shell, the green part. But it's also accompanied by artificial sweetener, like chemically taste, you know, the chemically taste that comes with like artificial sweeteners. It's like that and like the green part of the watermelon together. And then like that kind of like pervades into the back palate. It's actually not good. To nail polish remover, not enough fruit. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. In whiskey, we would say if like they use a certain barrel or something like that, and it doesn't quite really meld right, and ends up with like a really like mixed or unclear flavor, we would say, I don't know if the whiskey worked. I don't know if this worked. And that's kind of like where I would go with this. I don't know if this worked. I think the idea was for it to be like watermelon meat on the arrival, maybe like cut with that rind piece, and maybe that rind piece was supposed to cover up the like artificial sweetener kind of taste. But instead, it just didn't work at all, I think. The, like, watermelon meat flavor, like the red part, the good part, it's really hard to get on the palate. Um, it's there on the aroma, but for me, more like cherry. All right, let's gonna take a big hit here, and then we'll try to assess the finish, which to me is probably not gonna be optimal, but. You do get some of that, like, candy watermelon slices on the finish just initially. But then that kind of fades into the same watermelon rind, artificial sweetener chemical note. Which, again, with these zero sugar beverages, it's really hard to not give way to that chemical kind of a note. That being said, there are some things that I've rated quite highly that do have a good way to, like, they have a certain flavor that hits at the same time as that, like, chemical watermelon or chemical sweetener note that, like, covers it up well, or they, like, over carbonate it to, like, try to hide that part. This is not one of those, unfortunately. This is I feel like they tried to use that slightly green watermelon part to cover that up, and it really just didn't work at all. Is Nurging probably packed a bunch of receptors then? I don't know. This is definitely not as pungent as whiskeys that I've had. It's easy to drink, I suppose, in that way. Alright, so if we're going to rate this, we'll start 25 on the aroma. Which, again, cherry, to me, like almost like sour cherry, green watermelon rind. You get a little bit of cranberry. Intensity's okay. Not the worst. 16. Alright, the palette at 25. Probably horrible, but. And you have a couple notes of reasonable intensity. You do get a little bit of that slightly cherry kind of watermelon thing, but not very much. You get more of a strong presence of that green watermelon note, which is still a fair note to have, and then backed up by unfortunately that artificial sweetener chemical taste. So I still can't give it a terrible ass score, but 13 seems fair. I want to make it a worse score, but we're being objective in this part. The subjectivity comes later. And of course the finish. Actually not too bad on the finish. You do get a little bit of that, again, like candied watermelon slices into, like, again, the green rind and artificial sweetener chemical taste. It's reasonable. Let's go 14. Texture on this one's pretty reasonable. Again, it's nothing sticky, nothing cloying. The carbonation is about right. It's not over carbonated, so the carbonate hits about correct. It's not, and it's a weird mix sometimes, because if you overcarbonate something, you might be able to hide some of that artificial sweetener note. Some cans do that. But you would then get docked for having an overcarbonated beverage. So carbonation is good here. We can well detect the flavors. It's not being intrusive or making it difficult to actually clearly taste the liquid. But unfortunately, the liquid is not the best. Like your fair yet strict review. Yeah. Again, we're talking about this kind of in the same way like I talk about Scotch whiskey, for example. So I do my Scotch whiskey reviews in the exact same manner. So maybe a little bit serious for something like a caffeinated energy drink, but I think it's interesting. Again, 7. We'll go 7 on texture. Texture is actually good despite the flavor issues. All right, so out of 15, my personal subjective opinion on this one, Rockstar Watermelon Zero Sugar, which is that simply, frankly, tastes horrible. That's my subjective opinion. We try to think about, okay, why would I go for this Rockstar Zero Sugar Watermelon over another similar beverage? In my personal view, I would not buy this again for any reason. Why would you want to buy this? Maybe you absolutely really love watermelon rind. You like the green part of the watermelon. That'd be the only world, I think, where this makes sense. And again, we're not going to rate something based on whether it has sugar or not, just the raw flavor. And unfortunately, zero sugar, in order to get that same score as a sugared beverage, you really got to nail the coverage of that artificial sweetener chemical taste, which this did not do. And the actual flavor reception for me is really not good, and I'd rather forget it. So out of that, out of 15, we won't call this utterly pointless. We could call it utterly pointless if it had no redeeming qualities, but I guess the one redeeming quality is maybe if you love honeydew melon or the green part of watermelon, you might get along with this can. I suppose I can't call it utterly pointless, but for me, we'll give it 3. I think 3 is fair. 3 out of 15 for my personal subjective experience. Which, if we add ourselves together, 16 and 13 and 14 and 7 and 3, this is still 53. This is still 53 out of 100. Which we do call good. It is good. It is still a good grade, and that is because, despite the fact that I hate the flavor, it did quite well in texture, and you know, it did present some reasonable flavors on the aroma. Especially the finish was reasonable. So if you like this flavor profile, it's actually not that bad. Just not for me. We'll say it's not for me. But of course, I will drink the rest of it because I still need to get my caffeine. Can't afford to waste it. Okay, Mosley. Mo's butt. Mo's butt's still here. Being good. You're being good this morning. My goodness. All right. So, as we do the do, I suppose. We'll play some Dune. Time to play some Dune. After we save this, save. I honestly, when I put this in the fridge, I thought this had sugar in it. I was like, oh, this is watermelon art Rockstar. And then as soon as I picked up the can, I realized down here they snuck in the zero sugar label. I was like, oh, I'm concerned. As I should have been, I suppose. Rockstar water. Water. Okay, Mosley just saved my document. Rockstar watermelon, 0 sugar. Boom, boom. Close that. Close this. Excellent. Hit the pause button on that. Yeah, if you guys weren't here, we finished Riven yesterday. The ending was okay. The game was great. The ending was like whatever. So it's our little Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday stretch, which I guess has nothing necessarily allocated to it. So I guess we'll play Dune and see how that goes. And we didn't do live review yesterday. Instead, we looked at brand new whiskey stuff I got in. So we'll do live review today. A random whiskey, Scotch, bourbon, rum, whatever happens to be on the wheel. And that'll be in about 3 hours. What alcohol would I mix with Rockstar? I don't know. I'm not a mixed drink person. I don't really ever mix anything. I'm a straight shooter, if that makes any sense. I don't shoot, but cute cat, yeah, he's okay when he's not being a fucking menace. Sometimes he's just chooses violence in the world. You killed the world in the Riven ending? Yeah. Well, sort of. I mean, Riven was doomed. At the end of the day, Riven was doomed to
I dream of it amongst the wild threads of
Riven was doomed to instability anyway, so you just hastened Riven's ending, I suppose. Riven was never going to stay together. But I did what I did want to do. If you've played Riven, I'm sure you know that at the end of Riven, you put the code into that little thing, that little forklift that lifts the plug. And what I wanted to do, but I didn't do because I wasn't that interested in watching the entry cinematics over and over again, is I wanted to like enter the world right at the beginning of the game and just put the code in and see what happens. I'm sure there's some ending like that. Unless it's like a different code every game. That might be the case. I didn't think of that. Maybe you can't do that. I mean, you could brute force it, but... Can we keep the 5 discs all together? I'm not sure what you mean, but... Alright, so we did play some of this on the weekend. So I'm a bit further progressed than we were, but not by that much. So what we got to do is we still got to go... Hey, OCD, how's it going? We still got to go back down here and do, like, this, like, proving grounds thing, unfortunately, which involves crossing the fucking desert gap again. And then I'm gonna have a whole bunch of other, like, random shit to do, so... I think we'll get some... Hold on, can I make a medium sack yet? No. Oh, I can. Hold on. Let us make a couple of these. And then we'll, There's 5 discs on PS1. Oh, you mean you played Riven on PS1? Oh, wow. Yeah, no, I played the new one. So there's a new remastered version of Riven where instead of it being like flat pictures that you click through, it's all 3D environment with ray tracing and everything. It's quite beautiful, actually. I'd totally recommend. And the puzzles are a little bit different. All right. Is there anything in this bike? Hold on. There's some chance that I blow this bike up, so I'm just curious if there's anything in here. Oh, there is. Let's get rid of this stuff out of the bike. What's it doing for gas? Sounds rad. Yeah, there's one for Mist as well. So I played the Mist version, the Mist remake, and then I played the Riven remake right after. Unfortunately, they have not done one for anything past that. So like Mist 3 Exiles does not have a remake, and I don't think they're planning on making one either. Because I think Mist 3 Exiles was technically done by a different company. Cyan has the rights for it again, I think, but they didn't originally make Mist 3 Exiles. But they do have a couple of other games that I want to try. One is called, Abduction or something like that? And one is called Firmament, which are games that are they're brand new games made by the same company that made Mist and Riven originally. And they're like 3D. They're 3D new things. I would like to try them for sure. Alright, so let's just take a bit of a skedaddle here. I need, oh, is this always here? This battery? I didn't know this was here. I'm kind of in need of some batteries. So we'll just collect up some batteries when we see them. But we kind of need to do our little stupid quest I totally forgot about down here. Which means, hopefully not getting eaten by a worm. I suppose more specifically that worm right there. I need to cross this gap. I could go and see that, even though I abandoned my base yesterday. I could go see if there's still some of that shit down there. I didn't really leave anything I had that wasn't replaceable, so I just disbanded it like the game tells you to, but I could go look and see if it's been looted by now. Oh, hold on. What are they? What are these fuel cells? Why is my inventory so full? I guess I just have a lot of shit. Oh, I have these fucking pieces of gear on me. These can just go on the ground, honestly. Not that big of a deal. I don't need to be carrying all of that. Okay. So now we gotta get from over here to over there. Not really over here from over here. Without getting thumped on. There's drum sand right in the way here, so we're not going to do that. Okay. Hi, bud. Trying to not cross when there's a worm literally right on top of us, I suppose. That makes some amount of sense. Hey, no backspace is needed. No backspace is needed. Always he's pressing keys on the keyboard. Oh. No backspace is needed. Thank you. Okay. I'm still looking at drum sand. Alright. Fucking YOLO. Alright, let's go chill over here for a minute. These guys coming back for me? Oh, I'm gonna ban this idiot. Whoop! See you later. I can't tell if they're actually coming or not. Looks like they're like lagging. Okay. So this is the like tricky part. Is okay. Is getting across this part without getting murdered. This gap here. I think the last time we did this, I crossed here because it's like the closest distance. Maybe I should go over there. I don't see any. Oh yeah, there's a worm right there. Let's get some water here. Alright, my leader John's full. Alright. Maybe we'll just do as we did before. We'll go over to this spot. And then this is the closest crossing you can make. Obviously you don't want to get pinched by the Sardaukar. blew up some drum sand. Over here.
Sector weather alert. A
Oh
large
shit.
sandstorm is
We gotta go. Hopefully the worm will be attracted to that fucking shit over there. Probably a good time to go anyway. Actually, now that I changed zones, I might not be, oh, there's Buddy right there. Might not be in the sandstorm area. We're fine. Okay, so now we need to go back this way. And do this quest that I forgot to do before I changed out of this
Sector
zone.
weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Oh. I guess we'll hide in this guy's hut. Thankfully, he's got it kind of like open a little bit. So I guess we'll have to chill for a second. Nice. That was really convenient. This guy's base was right here and it happened to have a shelter point. God damn it.
There's someone here. Someone here. Interloper.
Fuckers. I tried to like jump out of my car. Didn't really work. You need to get across. Get some of these fuel cells while we're here. Okay. We're kind of at roughly the place. Check up here.
Who's there?
I will take your blood. Yeah, seems like it's in here.
I see someone.
Oops, that's not what I meant to do. Shit.
Attack! Throwing grenade!
There we go. We did it. We killed the guy. Sucked his blood. What else is in here? Anything? Take some Fremen junk. Okay. I need some fibers still. I'm gonna go kill somebody else. In some other hidey hole, it seems. Oh, next bit over. You're Jaden Mastros. How's it going? Not too bad. I'm not doing too bad. Whoa. Hollow arches. W stream, thank you. For Borka. Have you heard of the Night Raiders? Depends on what you're talking about. I get the feeling no. a player? No. I was jumping around like he was a player. I was like, is somebody already in here? Ow. It's an anime? Oh, no. I'm not an anime enjoyer, unfortunately, so I don't really know most anime-related things. Me sorry. Who's there? Must have been the wind. Okay, now we gotta go south. Check it out. I'll like it. I don't know. I have a hard time with fiction. I don't watch like very many TV shows and stuff. Let alone like anime. Yeah, you think the worm's gonna eat me? I gotta just go. The worm was right here though. Oh, everything's fine. There's a worm over there. Mr. Bee's Knees, how are you? I'm doing okay. Yeah, like the only like waypoint I have for fiction usually is if it's like a game, because then you're actively doing something, you know. Me sitting and watching something is very hard for me. Fucking got him. Assassinated. Oh, messed up my hotkeys. Where's the big guy? That wasn't him. There he is. Watch the Cyberpunk anime? I don't know, I never played Cyberpunk. But I'd be more apt to play Cyberpunk than watch a Cyberpunk anime, if that makes any sense. It's the, like, sitting and watching thing that's the hard part. And not doing something. Cyberpunk anime was great. Oh. I trust that it is. But there's a lot of great shows that are still hard for me. No, I don't have ADHD. Believe me. I know what ADHD looks like. It's not a matter of not being able to pay attention. It's a matter of it not being too engaging. Hold on. I gotta be right back. You have ADHD? Well, if you have ADHD and you like the shows, then clearly ADHD isn't the issue. No, it's not an ADHD issue. Believe me. It's just a matter of, like, I just don't find the medium very engaging. I want, like, my brain to be, like, working. That's what makes it engaging to me. And the only time that would happen in a show is if, like, the show has got so many, like, threads in it that you're mentally engaging with the storyline. It's very hard for me to get to that place. Sometimes I can get on if it has like a really good atmosphere. But for me that atmosphere is like very specific. Like I liked the atmosphere in Nosferatu, for example. In the same way that I kind of like vintage horror atmosphere. If that makes any sense. Okay, so I need to go here, this way. We're headed for Griffin's. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. In a bad place. In a bad place. Current thoughts on Dune game? It's something. Despite the fact that I'm not engaging with other players. Oh, I'm still under food and drink? Really? God damn it. I didn't save or something. Yeah, despite the fact that I'm not engaging with other players, there's still like real danger, which is a good thing. I kind of like that certain level of like risk, right? It's like kind of what I talk about sometimes when I talk about Path of Exile. It's like Path of Exile on softcore and there's no risk of you dying and losing your character. And it kind of feels like what's... You know, there's no way to lose, you know. This game has a way to lose. Even though it's not like people killing you and taking your items like a lot of survival games. I wonder if this has anything. Oh, I'll take refined copper ingots. Somebody's old junk. I'll swap it a fuel cell though. Let me drop this one on the ground. I could go see... Actually, how far am I from my old base location? My old base location is right here. I could go see if my stuff's... any of my stuff's still in there. I've watched the original Dune movie, and I watched the first one of the newer ones, but we never got to the second one yet, quite yet. Which we planned to watch, but we never kind of really got to it yet. Because it was kind of weird, like it was like delayed and stuff, and like I kind of just lost track of it. But I did watch like that old one. That's like a mess. I don't know if you've ever seen that one. Where like the Harkonnens are like just like people with giant boils on their skin. And what, like David Bowie's in it? Yeah, I did like the newest. I watched the first one of the newest ones, but I didn't watch the second one. I'm not sure. Are they doing? How many movies are they doing? Is it just 3? This is my old base. This is the base that I started. Oh man, look how fast it decayed. There's like nothing left. I kind of thought after a day I might be able to come back here and like get a couple things. But it's just destroyed, dude. There's nothing here. There's just the generator left, which is not even running. Wow. It blows up. Like, as soon as you abandon a base, it goes real quick. Thought it was just 2? Oh, I don't think so. Yeah, so there's Dune, Dune Part 2, and Dune Messiah. So, like, the first 2 movies are supposed to be the first book, and then the third movie is supposed to be Dune Messiah, which is Herbert's second book. Which I kind of, like, thought it was supposed to be 3 movies for the first book, and I thought there was, like, maybe some chance they were going to do more movies for the other books, but I guess it's just 3 that are planned. Because, like, when you think of the, like, what I know of the storyline, like, the first 3 books are, like, the core storyline, right? Like, the Dune Messiah, and Children of Dune. Because after Children of Dune, that's when it gets really weird. Or like the 4th book is the God Emperor of Dune or whatever, where like that one guy turns into like a giant god worm. And like that's when it gets to be a little wacky, I think. Let alone going to like book 7 where it was written by his son based on his notes or something like that. Heard the books are hard to follow. Yeah, I haven't read them. I kind of just know the loose storyline. There's a chance I could read them. Audiobook is more likely for someone like me, though. Like, as you know, I have a hard time absorbing text, but audio might be okay. You gotta like harvest these vehicles when you see them. They're not permanent fixtures. They happen. They appear randomly. But yeah, my understanding is like Frank wrote 6 books, but like the 5th book, Heretics, starts like a new storyline, which doesn't get finished in the 6th book, which is Chapter House. And like if you want that storyline that starts in the 5th book to finish, you need to read the 7th and 8th book, which are like written by his son based on his notes. But like I'm pretty sure like the storyline gets all sorts of wacky after the first 3 books. What am I playing? This is Dune Awakening. Because it's like Paul has a son or whatever, but his son like becomes one with the worm and becomes some giant like worm god, and he's the only worm or something like that. And he like does like all kinds of weird things and restricts the spice flow and all kinds of stuff. But the books are a commentary on real world politics. So the point of it is supposed to be like what the risks are of like entrusting civilization into like an authoritarian figure in exchange for the stability that provides. That's like the whole point of the books, I think, right? It's like one of the commentaries of the books. So that's why it's like, even though it's kind of weird that a guy becomes a giant worm god, it kind of follows like the narrative he was trying to like talk about. What the hell combo did I walk into? Just doing things. How's this game fit into the timeline of the story? Basically, this game, when you boot it up, it basically loosely explains to you that this occurs in an alternate timeline, which that's the cop-out for not following all of the shit that happens in the books, right? It's an alternative timeline. This is how we get away with doing this shit that doesn't make any sense. It's an alternative timeline. But basically the idea is that instead of Paul being born, it's a girl. And that girl is like some kind of Bene Gesserit person. And this is kind of like what Dune would look like if Paul was never born. That's like the timeline. So there's no Lisa and Gabe. But it's in the same time frame as like the first book. But there's no Paul. Jack Creeks, I'm sure you'd be so interested in the life cycle of the sandworms. I know, like, you're a real Shia fucking enthusiast. I'm sure you would love that story.
Like the sour tang of rancid wine. It's over then. Good. Did they deserve to die? Who knows? But the deed is done regardless. Oh, they took me to a bar. Got me drunk on spice beer and plied me with samuta. When the battle started, I could barely walk.
They were your drinking buddies.
Aye. Killing them changes nothing of who I am. But sour wine and sour vengeance are both to my tastes. Now shut your mouth and let me train you. I'd swear you're a fully trained trooper pulling one over on me.
But Doris has had spice beer. Yeah, I don't know.
Who are you? Nah. I don't want to know.
Probably not, but that's the great wonder of spice. You can put that shit on anything. You can put that shit on anything. Spice melange. You can put that shit on anything. I don't know what the spice does in this game yet. I'm kind of like low-key interested to know what it actually does to your character. I have some food that has been made with spice melange. So I haven't eaten any yet, and it says on there, like on the item, it says spice impact low or something like that. Eat that shit. Yeah, I haven't quite done that yet. Of course, we had those spice-induced visions. And that's the next thing I actually got to do up in the corner. It says I got to locate another trial where you fucking just snort some of that shit and have a weird trip. But I don't know what the spice actually does. Like, if you have spice in your system in the game, I don't know what it does yet. I just know that I have, like, 5, like, little skewers that I got off some guys' corpses that have been made with spice. But if it's the drug spice, oh, it absolutely is the drug spice, but way better drug spice than you ever have ever known. That's what Dune is about, Kriex, in case you didn't know. It's about narcotics. This whole game and universe is based off narcotics. Yeah. I could get into it. I know all the deets. But basically, like, this is the only planet where you can get this narcotic. And this narcotic is vital to the way that civilization works. And the spice comes from the worms. So it's not like oh, they find this drug mineral, but there's a danger, there's worms. It's the worms make the drug. So it has to coexist. There's no like hidden danger. It's just the worm's life cycle creates the spice. Play that drug dealer game. What is it, Schedule 1? I might sometime. We got a gun it here again in a minute. My bike needs repairs, though. Need to go back to my base and repair my bike. But, like, this is like a version of humanity where basically they went through a period where they developed AI. This guy made this shit up in, like, the fucking decades ago, so he didn't even know about modern AI, but, like, humans developed AI, and then AI had an uprising, it became sentient, and the humans, like, fucking shut down the AI. So now there is a law, there's a rule in the galaxy, basically, where you're not allowed to make machines that think like a human for the risk that you might develop AI. So that means that there's no advanced computers because they can't have those. That means that everything that happens in Dune is based off the enhancement of the human brain. So, like when you think of like navigating space. See this thing? It's called a Highliner. It's a spaceship. Well, how are you going to navigate space without a computer? And basically how it works is there's guys who take so much of this spice drug that it like warps their being into a fish. And they're like high, super turbo high on this drug all the time and exist in an anti-grav chamber full of gas that's made from this drug, such that they can see the future and navigate the ship. That's actually how it works. I don't know. I would have guessed that folder. Oh. You're telling me I should come look, is what you're saying. Right.
The array has
What, darling? We gotta cross the sands, dear. So you can't get in the way. Yeah, you can't get in the way. No, you can't get in the way. We can't get eaten. We lose all our stuff. Yeah, it's not a good time, actually. Oh! The only way that you lose all your stuff in this game is if you get eaten by the worm. So it's like, it's the one thing we don't want to get eaten by. You die to some scavengers is not a big deal, but you don't want to get eaten by the worm. It's bad. You just went that way, but we yet to see a worm. Oh, there's worms all over the place. I just watched one go by me. That's why. So you see this little meter right here? This is basically vibrations I'm making, and the more red that is, the badder that is. Because if you make vibrations on the sand, that's how the worm tracks you. There it is right there. See? But we'll be okay. Because like it can't come into this like rocky area. Can you ride a worm? Not right now. I think that's a planned feature because that is a real thing. Looks like Star Wars. It's cooler than Star Wars. So now in here, in this area, we got to be careful because there's these pockets. In these pockets, which I can see because I've used a probe to scan this area. That's why I can see this area, is because I climbed up here and I shot a probe to like scan the area. These pockets are called drum sand. And they don't look like anything. Right? They don't look like anything at all. It looks like nothing. But I know that it's there. And basically, if you ride over this, you run over this, it fucking explodes. And drives the worm crazy. So we got to get back to our little base. Our bike is pretty damaged. This is not the way that I want to go. So you can't really see it too well because my face is in the way, but like right here, like my treads are damaged. So I kind of need to like repair them. Or make new ones. I guess that's also an option. But my base is like up here. Ran over you, bitch. So I just really remade this base, so there's not a whole lot to it, but at least it'll provide us shelter for a time. We sort ourselves out. I guess those batteries are always there. Here we go. So this spike kind of goes in here, it's sheltered, and I can get off. Mosley Butt is here. We got some blood. We have to purify that blood into some water. No, you chill. Now our water capacity is full, so what we'll do is we'll deposit some of that into my little containers I'm carrying with me. And then I'll start running again. But I should probably make a reservoir here. No, no buttons. That we can drink from. I'll put this downstairs. That makes more sense, right? Have the reservoir to drink from be kind of like right when we get in. Oh man, yeah, we got so much more capacity now. Each one of these holds 5,000 water. Now we can get an upgraded purifier now, but These haven't been too bad. I need more power is the thing if I'm going to put anything else in this base. I guess I should just make another generator. Should have the batteries for it. It's going to run for another 2 weeks as it is. So I can probably get along with getting some more power in here. What a generator. Can I slide it under the stairs? No. Uneven ground. See if I can put it over here by the other one. That would make sense. Okay. Deposit our fuel in there. Alright, this one's got 9 days left on it now. Then we got more power to play with. I would like to build a repair station if I could. What am I missing? 2 iron? Let's get our refinery booted up. Surely there's I'm out of iron ore. Okay. Can I make one of these improved blood purifiers? Is that a thing I can do? Take silicone blocks. Yeah, I don't have any of those. I have some complex machinery for it, but... Okay, we still got some more blood we can dump in here. We'll just use these crappy blood sacks until, like, they blow up, maybe. Or I'll just throw them out. Not sure. One of the two things will happen. Okay, so let's see here. We need some wire to repair our bike. Put this stuff in here. Copper, that can just go on the ground. Iron. Granite. Mechanical parts. Didn't I jack a couple copper ingots from that guy's place? Okay, here's our spiced food. Spice gain low. I don't know what that means. Like it says, it will raise the amount of spice in my blood. I'm not sure what that, I'm not sure what that means, but we're kind of like saving it until I have more. You know, I'm gonna get kind of get a better high off of it. Okay, so let me get the wire. See if we can repair this bike. Where's my thingamajig? Welding torch. Okay. Repair. So as we repair things, they get damaged permanently, which is kind of typical for a game like this. So eventually we'll have to remake the whole thing. Okay, so what's the situation with this? Manage vehicle. We repaired the treads. We're in good state. The PSU is fucked up, but the this PSU is fucked up when I made it because I like got it like as a piece of junk. But that's the only way I could make the bike with a used PSU. Okay, so let's refuel. This back here. I guess we're kind of good for right now. We can go on our little spice trip. Where do we need to go? Missing spy, stealing from thieves. This game is a bad influence on Mosley. You think so? Think he's looking strung out? Oh, we got more skills. I should be able to get this now. Ranged weapon damage, which is kind of what we're doing. Disruptor. Yeah, I don't have a disruptor. At least not yet. Okay, where am I supposed to go? Second trial. View trial location. Track. Where's that on the map? Like here? Like here? I guess I don't know. Is that the intent? I'm not supposed to know where it is. Locate the second trial. Yeah, I'm not supposed to know where it is. Well, if we look at that little hint, it's like there's a big piece and then there's like a couple little pieces and a couple little pieces and it's in there. So where is that? Like here? Here? Can't tell. This looks like the corner.
A large sandstorm
Oh,
is approaching.
sandstorm. Hold on. We'll just sit in here for a minute or 3 minutes while we figure out where we're going. It's not quite, doesn't quite look exactly like this, but it kind of does. It's like this is the corner, and there's like a mass here and a mass here. Like this is the corner, mass here, so like in this area, I'm guessing. Like near this Aaron's post. How do I... Okay, I sent a personal marker. Yeah, that's what we're going to try. After the sandstorm. Do you think I can build in here while we're waiting?
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
I did add some more power, so we can build more stuff. Maybe. Or options. Oh, we don't have a chemical refinery yet. I haven't needed one, but we could just put that in here somewhere. And we're missing what? Iron for this thing? I do need another power pack, actually. I think the one I have is about to break.
A large sandstorm is approaching.
Maybe we'll figure that out. Can I make one of those, a new power pack? What's the state of mine? Mine's like almost broken, I think. Yeah, it's almost dead. Okay, I'll make one of those. I couldn't research a new gun. Disruptor. This looks like a shotgun. Karpov standard. Oh, I have a shitty Karpov, and this is like a normal Karpov. 6 mechanical parts and silicone. Yeah, I don't have any silicone. We'll have to sort that out. I left my mechanical parts and plastisteel in that shit base that I like abandoned, so I don't have any. Sword. Unfixed Christ knife. Made from a sandworm's tooth. Wonder how you get a worm tooth. So I can't really upgrade my gun. I don't have the parts. Okay. Get a new power pack anyway. Just throw my existing one on the ground. I don't have a recycler yet, so I'll just throw that shit on the ground. Recycler or a repair thing. It's not a big deal to make a new one. Alright, let's go. And yeah, if it isn't obvious, these other random buildings around, those are built by other players. Who are on the same, like, micro server as me. Okay, how should we do this? We could cross into the wreck and then come over here. Or we could just cross straight into this. I'm looking at drum sand right now. I need to not do that. So this is a straight across. What I could do... That fucking Sardaukar is sitting right there. But... Or I guess it would be to go to this thing here. That would be the other path. No, not like that. It would have to be this way, which that Sardaukar is right on top of right now, so we're not going to do that. We'll go straight for this wreck of whatever that is. Acteon or whatever. That way we don't fuck up too badly. Straight for that wrecked ship. And then we'll just follow the line here. EVP. apparently this shipwreck is PvP inside. Interesting. I didn't know that. Worm popped over there. So based on my guess, the little cave I'm looking for should be around here somewhere. Oh yeah, there it is. This isn't a great place to leave my bike. What about here? Okay, sheltered in here.
Eyes on enemy.
Reveal yourself.
Ow. What the fuck? Fucking my device is hitting the guy with the Holtzman shield, so don't fucking do anything. Oh my fuck. You have to really block right at the right time.
Shields on.
God damn it. Yeah, I kind of like fucked up the way I was handling that. I like put my trap gun down first, and it started shooting the guy who had his Holtzman shield up, which basically means it's not gonna hit him for anything. It's like there's these, oh, I also forgot to put my own shield up. But there's these like blue shields where like basically ranged attacks can't hit you when this thing's up. But you can't fire a gun while they're active. That's like how it works. So it's like you can only do melee, but you can only get damaged by melee. That's basically how these things work. It's like this guy like can't do anything until I start shooting my gun, and then my shield goes down. But I forgot to turn my shield on. I don't like want to keep it on because again it says worm attraction intensity extreme. So like while you have this shield on, it pisses the worm off really bad. The worm hates these shields. You don't want to run on the sand with this thing activated. The worm will fucking go crazy for you. So that's like why I don't have it on. So, I guess is what I'm looking for, this thing. Yeah, I could use some iron. Alright. I'm gonna do some drugs, Grix. This is what you've been waiting for. Inhale the spice. Doom. That's right.
What is the purpose of thought? Ibn Kirdaima
What is the purpose of thought?
is a device of Shaitan. Do you understand, Wali? Our God gave us the gift of thought, and the words of the Kitab al-Ibar. Knowledge without action is empty.
Knowledge without action is empty. Take static compactor.
Our wanderings brought us to Rossak. We were persecuted. Our families burned in the fires of their ignorance.
This thing like
We learned the cost.
puts fire out for some reason.
Never to forgive, never to forget.
Oh, I took damage, bro. I suck. Didn't put this part out. A weird weapon that puts out fire and shoots some kind of weird bullets.
Some were sent to work in mines. The tunnels were unstable. Our work made them more so. We learned the cost of action. Never to forgive, never to forget. It was on Rossak that the Sayadina created the poison drug. Words became memories. Through thought and action combined, we learned to create.
Oh shit, there's like poison. I don't really understand how this thing works. I can barely see the like little clouds, man. It like fires a dart that like uses static to bring all the molecules together and compact them. That seems to be what this device does.
The weight of a kindly God is a fearful thing. Did not God give us Shaitan to force action? And where does action lead?
Where does action lead? Probably to defiance. Because defiance is thought. Yeah, so it's like bringing all these random sand molecules together, making a rock. That's what this static compactor thing does.
Ibn Kirtaiba. Thought and action.
Thought and action lead to creation.
What is the purpose?
What is the purpose of thought?
To honor the Creator.
Honor the Creator.
Remember Rosak. Bila Kaifa.
Purpose of thought is to honor the Creator? It's kind of weird.
What is the purpose of thought?
To honor the Creator.
To honor the Creator. Remember Rosak.
I thought the other one said, like, defiance is thought or something like that. Can't remember. It was like a week ago. I'm probably going to be able to make one of those Fremen static sticks. That's probably like what the whole point of this is. Man, that's some good drugs, dude. Flour sand. Flour sand is the main component for making silicone blocks and other recipes. Flour sand can be found on the open sands. Look for a cloud of white dust to find a harvest spot. To harvest it efficiently, use a static compactor. Okay. Research the Cutter Mark 1. I think I researched the Cutter Mark 2. Okay, I'll research the Mark 1. Yeah. Yeah, I think I have wait, no, I have like some unique one right now. Sims Cutter. Increased granite, copper, and salvage yields. Oh, here's the static compactor. I'm gonna need some copper. Fuck. So this mine's 48 and 36. And the one that I have, mine's 63 and 48. Like, this is like a unique version. It's like a fucking purple version of that regular one you can make. That I found it. Okay, so we've learned about the flour sand. Research the Holtzman shield. Yeah, okay. Now, what does it want me to do? Locate a flower sand field using a scanner. Gather 20 flower sand or find silicone blocks. Yeah, I do need to know how to do this to advance like my state. So this will help. We'll learn how to get these silicone blocks going. But it sounds like I need a static compactor, which I did just get the schematic for, like, by doing that. What is this? Stocking unit. Instead of stocking, it's going to be used to expand your land claim. Huh, interesting. Where was it? Oh, a slaver still suit. What does that take? Oh, a still suit enjoyer. Iron and EMF. Yeah, I can already make one of these. So what do we need? We need some iron. That's where we're at right now. Go over here and get this other micro sandwich fabric. Booby trapped. Yeah, we need iron. That's, oh, we actually also need some copper. So we'll get this one over here. We also need some batteries. We need all this stuff. Backpack full. Where's my go-kart? You can shove some stuff in there. Drink some piss real quick. Always remember to drink your piss. What's the heaviest stuff that I have? Is that it? Don't forget to drink your piss. Need to get in the shade. Probably have enough fibers, but we'll pick up some. Okay, boom, boom, boom. Get some more. Get into farming. Oh, there's a guy over there. Like another player. Let's see what's in this direction. Nothing good. You die? Having a hard time over there. We're looking for a more ore. Oh, here's some. No, that's granite. Okay, here's some copper. I don't really need that much copper. I kind of like probably already have enough, to be honest. What I really need is iron, I think. Water? Right there? Where? There we go. I'm assuming this thing right here, this is the flower sand. I can't quite reach with my scanner, but... Okay. We're probably mostly good. Got a bunch of stuff. I think I have a shit ton of mechanical parts, but I guess it's like one of those things where like, can you really have enough mechanical parts? Or salvage metal or whatever it's called. It's like probably one of those things you just use it up eventually, right? That guy's still fighting over here? Holy shit. Okay, too heavy for my bike. Drink some of this. Let's go home. Let's go home, Moe's butt. We'll do this same, like, kind of little trick again. We'll go back over to this ship, even though this ship is, like, apparently PvP enabled, which is kind of, like, weird. this derelict ship, and then we'll cross from there. That seems like the flower sand, that stuff right there. There's a worm all the way over there somewhere. What's going on? I wonder how long, like, I'll realistically use this base for, because I assume eventually you want to, like, go to a different area. I know that base right there, I've seen helicopters come out of that base, like ornithopters, so that guy's clearly been using his base for a while. But some of these are pretty big looking. At the same time, it feels like these are not like, this is not like the zone I feel like you'd want your end base in. It's your birthday? Happy birthday. You're 1 year closer to death. Soon children will look at you and scream. In fear they will become that thing. Alright, so one thing about iron is it takes water to process into ingots, so we need to get that booted up ASAP. Hey, stop. Mosey. Alright, change this to my bike. There we go. I think the bike has all the iron. Hopper.
It fucking worked.
Hallelujah!
That was... I hate the government. You know what? The next time one of those sovereign citizen fuckers come to the government for us to... I'm signing my name!
He wasn't a sovereign citizen.
Whatever. He seemed like he hated the government, and I agree.
He was just a libertarian. That's when Mom thinks of libertarians, that they're all sovereign citizens. Okay. So, let's go up here. We gotta get this going. This thing's gotta get cooking. Max, put it on max. Start cooking those iron bars, Dad. So if I cap out this, it starts going into the circuit, right? Yeah, that's what I want. Because that way, like, it starts pumping into those drink dispensers downstairs. Because this one is full, but it's still processing. And it's going into the circuit capacity. Excellent. That's what we wanted. Alright, what's in our inventory? Just a standard shit again? Okay, yeah, good. Do I want to start getting rid of some of these small blood sacks? Can I research this recycler now? That's kind of like where I am in my brain state. I want this recycler. I need copper ingots for that. Don't I have a shit ton? Like, what happened to my, like, I had like 100 copper ingots. Where did those go? Did I, like, use them all on something? I thought I had a bunch. But apparently I only have 8 now. I clearly used them on something. But I have copper flat around here somewhere, don't I? I guess not. Well, here it is. Let me dump some more power into this. I can't. I guess what you can do is you could like go from like sand bike, put it in here, and then go backpack and put it here. That's like the faster way to do this. I don't know where the rest of my plant fibers went off to. Here they are. Okay. So again, this generator is running for 2 weeks. This generator is running for 9 days. Let's just do a deposit, 11 days. And now I want to make a recycler. Where did I put that? Construction tool. Oh, do I have it equipped? Oh, I have it equipped. Okay. Repair station recycler. Oh, I'm missing copper. That's right. This thing is on iron right now. Can I just get you to make me like a little bit of copper? Or we can just hit max and then we'll get to it. So what, what's the other thing? The repair station. Yeah. Maybe we'll put this downstairs. Okay, Mosley, no backspace required. No backspaces. No grabbing the wire is required. Thank you. Maybe we'll put this here, like convenient, or here. I want to put it like where such that I can like get it easily. That costs a lot of iron, actually. That's okay. I need to move this. Move. Can I put this under the stairs? Is that a thing I can do? Yeah, hide it under there. Not quite under the stairs, but good enough. Alright. So I want to repair this stuff. Copper. It just takes an amount of metal, depending on like what metal it got used to make it. Except for like this unique one takes the spice infused copper. Ah, yeah, I forgot. I left some spice infused copper. Oh well. It's not the worst. Okay. So, what are we waiting for now? We're waiting for our... Okay, can I make a static compactor? Gotta wait for our refinery, who's still chugging away. I need a Holtzman shield. I want one of these. Okay, so we have like way too much random stuff in our inventory. I'm gonna like recycle these things. That's okay. Okay, I got a Dew Reaper, Litter John. It's like I got too much stuff in this like part of my inventory. I got what? A gun, a knife, blood thing, the scanner. I guess the construction tool I don't need. I guess I could like put the binoculars in my backpack, but I guess these things don't. Do I need binoculars really? I mean, they're kind of useful sometimes to just have. Like, see what the fuck's going on. I was taking up a whole, like, equip slot. You know? I'm trying to reduce the amount of, like, stuff I randomly have in my backpack. Like, the number of slots. So right now I'm taking up like half the slots. I guess once I get rid of these small blood packs and completely replace them with medium blood packs, it'll probably be okay. Let's make another medium blood pack while we're here. How's this doing? Okay. Alright, so how much do we need for this recycler thing? Hold on. I mean, 30. Oh, this is in copper. That's right. That's what we're waiting for. If I can I like change the order? This is the queue. It kind of feels like I should be able to just like grab this and move it up. You know what I mean? That's fine. Is there anything else immediately? I know there's no more things like, what is this wind trap? Collects water from the environment. Like, we need silicone. Medium water cistern. Silicone. Steel. I am. We're not up to steel yet. Melange spiced beer. Ooh. We can make beer. We can straight up make spiced beer in the game. This food is seasoned with spice melange will raise the amount of spice in your blood. Yeah, I see that. What does it do, though? Can you get intoxicated? Still tent. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Oh, here's a thumper. Melange spice wine. Oh, yeah, here it is. The spice liqueur. I was reading something about that like a lot of the like old Bene Gesserit ladies, this is how they do their spice. They get the fucking hard liquor spice. I'm curious what this actually does. Steel products. Yeah, we don't have a better bike yet. We still have a shit bike. Hopper bike. So, this is a recycler, right? Let's put this, I don't know. Here, I can go here. We can't make it until this thing starts turning some copper out. I guess I could X this and then put it back in. Can you not? Mo's butt. You must be able to get bigger refineries. This little refinery is kind of shit. Don't forget to drink your piss. Come on, little refinery. Get her going. There we go. All right. So I want to get rid of these shitty blood packs. The way this machine was running, I thought it was gonna like take some amount of time to eat these, but it seems like it just eats them like immediately. Okay, yeah, I want another one of these medium blood sacks. If I can. And then we'll go learn about how to use this. Oh, I made two. Lots of room. Alright, so we're looking for flower sand. Still need batteries.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Yeah, of course. Why the fuck not? As soon as I just decide I want to go somewhere. Let's, while we're here, fucking take this thing apart. Fucking scrap it, dude. This wasn't even my bike, it was a bike I stole from somebody else. Let's put it in the fucking refiner, dude. The recycler. I think there's some bike parts in here I wanted to recycle too. Like these pieces of shit that I found inside that dungeon. Things are like fucking broken, dude. It's like not even worth having. Maybe, do I keep these PSUs? Maybe, I don't know. Everyone has this game but me. It's a good time. Hey, what are you doing? What? What are you doing? You goober. These things are broken. Send them into the scrap pile.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Well, we got some servos and stuff out of it. That's worth. Just a cute, fluffy boy. Yeah, he's been good today, actually. Some days he wakes up and chooses anarchy, but today he's been pretty good. need silicone blocks to repair this. Yeah, we need to figure out our silicone blocks. Anything else in here? I was throwing a lot of stuff on the ground because I just didn't want to wait to scrap it. It probably wasn't worth waiting to scrap it anyway. Anything else in here that it could get scrapped? This thing. You can never do anything wrong. Yeah, that's technically the way cats are. They can't really do anything wrong, unfortunately. They don't really understand punishment, so you can't really, like... If they do something wrong, it's your fault. That's actually what it is. You shouldn't have allowed them to get into a place where they did the bad thing. So, if he fucks around with my shit on the desk, it's my fault. That's actually what it is, but... doesn't stop me from blaming him. Locate a flour sand field using a scanner. Gather flour sand. Refine silicone blocks. I don't know how to refine the blocks, but... we'll try to find some flour sand. I think that looks like flour sand up there, that like mist. I think that's what it is. Everything I do is perfect. Yeah, for him, probably. What is that? What is that over there? This is a situation where I actually want my binoculars. What is that over there? Well, I know what that is. What's this? Like a beat up ship. I didn't notice this before, but this doesn't look salvageable, so. Okay. Well, you know. Yeah. So there was a beat up ship there. Emphasis on the was. It's gone now. That's a good thing we didn't go over there. That could be flour sand too. I think my scanner doesn't go far enough to really see. I think this thing doesn't, like, go far enough to, like, show me, like... not enough power. Hold on, let me charge up. Yeah, it doesn't go far enough. This looks like the right kind of stuff, though. Let me go over here. I don't know if it's that mist or this mist. You see there's like this smoky bit? I don't know if it's like this smoky bit over here or that smoky bit over there. This is the learning experience, I suppose. What is that? I'm like looking at something across the way. I get the feeling that is not what I'm looking for. I think I'm looking for this thing. I gotta watch out though. There's like drum sand around here. Yeah, I think it's this I'm looking for, not that. Oh, there's one over here. This is a lot safer. open that one. Woo! There's a hut right here. Do you think this hut is still manned? Yeah, it is. Someone still lives here. Okay, so this is what I want, right? This stuff. Locate a flower sand field using a scanner. Yeah, okay. Gather flower sand. Okay, you know, we'll just waddle out here. This seems really fucking sketch, I'm gonna be honest. I guess if I'm not moving, I can't attract the worm, right? We're just chilling. It must be refined silicone blocks, but we're just gonna get as much of this as we can carry, I think. Because this seems kind of chill for right now. Oh yeah, it's way more. I was picking up it off the ground is what I was doing. So you want to hit the thing, and not like sit there and gather it on the ground. You want to just press take. Then you get a whole bunch. Yeah, that's what we need to be doing. Yeah, so if you come here without a static compactor, you can still gather it. You're literally harvesting the white stuff out of the ground. We just gotta, you know, keep our eyes open for anything weird. Hear any rumbling, you know? I guess the spots that like are very like white are more densely populous with the flower sand. I guess that makes sense. Kind of like how like things in this game tend to generically make sense. Okay, let's run and dump the rest of this in my bike. We're not gonna like come back here too many times if we can help it. Get a lot of this done in one sesh, you know? Okay, there's a nasty boy right there. We're gonna just keep an eye on him. This is pretty chill, you know? I don't see any worms, you know? We're just hanging out. Picking up some flower sand, you know? Everything's chill. He's just got some berries out of the fridge. To get my protein in.
What the
I haven't seen any worm vibrations at all. So I don't know if this place is just like safe or what. It seems like a goated spot to harvest. Oh shit, I don't want to deposit my letter johns. Hold on. My bike's almost full. I'm hearing some rumblings, dude. I wonder what that stuff is over there, that purple stuff. Gotta be aware of our surroundings. Mosley, holy frig, dude, chill. Pressing the space bar, beating up my monitor. Just relax. What the fuck? Okay. That's why Mom chose you, Mosley, because you're the Chaos Incarnate, and so is she. Someone fucking blew up over there. I don't really know what it was, but... We just gotta fill our inventory now, and then we'll get out of here. I'm gonna have like 3 or 3.5K. Oh shit, oh shit. Oh shit, you know, yeah. Okay, let me keep, you know, the worm wasn't even coming in my direction. He was going over there. Everything's cool. Everything's cool, you know. It's all cool. It's all cool. Everything's cool. Alright, we're full. Let's get the fuck out of here. Don't forget to drink your piss. Drink some piss. Nice. Drank a whole cup of my own piss. Get the fuck out of here, Batman. I wonder if that flower sand field is always right there. It seems really safe. That one, for example, seems dangerous as fuck. Wonder if that guy's little hut is right beside that flower sand because he knows it's a safe flower sand. Like, this one seems like horrible. Like, that's asking to die in that one. I should probably make an entrance over here, because this is my base, this thing here. But I don't have an entrance on this side. I should probably make an entrance where I could, like, drive in right here. But I have to go around. It's, like, not optimal, you know? Whoa. Okay, so it says refine silicone blocks. How do I do that? Can I do that in this thing? No. How do you refine that? In a chemical refinery. This thing. Also takes water, of course it does. We actually don't have enough water to refine all this sand. Fuck me. I have to go kill some guys. Because that's how you get sand in these parts. Or not sand, water. You don't, like, you know, be a good citizen and extract it from the fucking air. Who does that? I need a deposit from vehicle. Yeah. Where do I put that sand? Here. Time to go hunt some villains. Where should we go? We could head up this south view. Oh, this east view I think I haven't gotten the intel from yet. We could hit up this east view. Any of these bikes up for grabs? No. Aha, here's one. Yeah, it's supposed to be disgusting inside. There's like this like place where people keep leaving vehicles in this like little like dungeon. So I just like come over here and see if there's any random vehicles that I can claim. And then I come over here and I shit them out. And then I break them down for parts. I don't know if that's worth doing, but it feels like it's kind of worth doing. Most of them are like shit vehicles, though. They're like completely beat up. Like that thing I just claimed, it's like about to explode at any minute. Let's see anymore. Nope. Nope. Yeah, they keep perking stuff here that's like claimable. I'm a sniper. And that is how you get water. Hi and good night. Hi and good night, Zay. Thanks for saying hi. We're overheating. Let's get in the shade here. Oh, I kind of thought the thing was like right here. It's not. We got a ways left to drive. Can you play Doom next? I would like to play Doom. The problem with Doom is I'll get really super motion sick. Actually surprised I didn't get motion sick on this game, but it's third person, and third person usually helps. I'll get super motion sick on Doom. I did play Doom Eternal on stream. But it took me a lot of effort. Like, I spent like a week, like, nursing it. Like, playing like half an hour to an hour a day. Because that's what it took for me to not be motion sick. I had to, like, play like an hour a day for like a week. So that's like always the problem with Doom. I do actually want to play Doom, but it's just hard. I need to put this in the shelter if I can. This little overhang looks like it'll work. Like right here. Is considered shelter? No, it's not. What about this? No. That's alright. It'll be fine there. It's 6:35 a.m. You're a man of my own reflection, I'd say. That's when I would want to go to bed. Should be some guys to kill. Here we go. Ow. That was fucking rude. I need to put my Holtzman shield on, I forgot. Take a quick drink of my own piss. Yeah, I got a suit where I can drink my own pee. Yep. There's also like tents that like let you drink your own like fucking sweat. Yeah, you can upgrade them though. It's like the amount of water they hold is like you can upgrade them so they hold like a lot of water.
Upgrade.
The like
Water's
the pouch that can hold at a time. So like if you drank water, the pouch in the suit could hold more water. If that makes any sense. Okay. Is there anybody else around? Oh yeah, there's this idiot. I hear another person shouting. I want to just harvest this blood. That's really what I want to do, but...
Let's get the bastard.
Motherfucker. Oh, I hear somebody else. Oh yeah, this place is like attached to another little camp. That's why I'm like aggroing stuff from this other camp. The fuck are you? Did you say empty? Can I waste all his ammo? Yeah, can I like harvest this blood now? It's been a minute. You guys stop coming out of the woodwork like weevils, dude. Oh my god, there's another one. They really don't like give you a minute, you know? Not like, you know, you kill a few and then you're good. It's like as soon as you enter this fucking area, you aggro the whole fucking building. Which I guess would make logical sense. It's just that NPCs in most games are stupid. Don't aggro unless you're like close to them. I don't know where that guy went that was here. The big guy. I'm looking for his corpse. I don't see it. It's sad because that was a big guy. They had better loot. But I'm mostly just here for the blood, so. Grenade. Where are you? Yeah, I'm an interloper, alright. What we got here? Spiced food. There you are. Let's fight. How's my blood doing? Oh, we got all kinds of room. I'm worried. I think the like some of the corpses disappeared because I had to fight so many at one time. That's like really annoying. Like I killed a chick up here, but her corpse is gone too. That's so annoying. To fight too many guys at once. I want their blood. I want it as their blood. I want to suck their blood. I want to suck your blood.
They're here. Reveal yourself.
Someone here.
Who are you? Taking it.
Welcome, boom, got him. I thought he was gonna get me. I got him. Allow me to suck your blood. Nothing good here? No? Bunch of junk? I guess now I'll have some silicone blocks. When I get back, I can make a real big blood fucking refinery. It'll help. I still need some more blood, though. I could take another... another 18 units of blood. But... we need some more victims first. Looks like there's some victims down here. Whoa! Here's some victims. The other way would be to do harvest it, but this is way more efficient than do harvesting, I'm sure. Actually, I'm not 100% sure, but Have any space in my leader Johns? No. If I go in there knife in hand, I can just give him the old one for. He's got a fucking sword, dude. That hurt. Oh shit, I got a big gun. Ooh. Guy's got some kind of like PvAOE ability. I didn't even know that. I never tried to like fight them in melee before. Dang. That was kind of easier than trying to, like, shoot them, though, to be honest. Maybe I should become a swordsman. It's, like, not what I want to do, though. I want to be, like, a guy that uses a still suit and shoots from far away. I think if you're a swordsman, you're going to want to wear heavy armor. That's kind of like not what I want to do. But we could try to just be like an assassin type, I suppose. And not like a swordsman. See how the game progresses. Almost full on blood. Excellent. What do they got in their refinery? Ooh, take that. Look, I've been in here before. Do I have the intel for this? Yeah, I've been in here before. What can I drop? I really want those fuel cells. If I could. I guess I have a bunch in my inventory. Alright, good enough. Good enough for a day. Drink some piss and scoot away. I'm gonna run your ass over. Oh, I missed. Really? I said I'm gonna run your ass over. There we go. Just like that, we're gonna meet our blood quota. Some willing victims donated another 4 liters of blood. Somehow one of my treads is almost broken. I wonder how that happened. I guess I could just go in there for blood. Totally, like, didn't really think about that. There's like a night market in there with a whole bunch of guys to kill. Yeah, definitely at first the most efficient way is to kill NPCs. I don't know if like eventually, once you have some like wind harvesters, if that becomes like a source, but right now, yeah, the best way is to like extract their blood into these blood packs and then purify it. But there is like things that I noticed that are like, where is it? This thing, wind trap. Like it just like sucks water out of the atmosphere, but I don't really know how much. Like it says it gathers 0.75, but what does that mean? What is that 0.75 water per minute? Per second? I don't know. I can't make these yet, so I don't know how like efficient they are. So we kind of just have these blood purification things. So we just shove the blood in here, and it starts to purify it and send it into my network. I had a shit ton of water, but it turns out like stuff takes water. Like in order to refine iron ingots, it takes water. And in order to condense silicone blocks, it takes water too. So I like just got done harvesting like 4K of this flower sand to make silicone blocks with, and then I like hit create all, and it just sucked all the water out of my network. So I had to go get a bunch more blood. Like it drained all my water just to make 46 blocks. But it's going now. I can make a better, now that I have those silicone blocks though, I can make a better water purifier. Hold on. I don't know if it's more efficient. I think it probably just purifies more at a time. Oh yeah, look how much blood this one will take. Processes 8 milliliters per second. What do these ones do? So these ones, they take 6 liters and they process 5 milliliters a second. And this one takes 24 liters and processes 8 milliliters per second. So this one will take more blood and it'll process it faster. So basically how it works is if you're in Haga Basin, so that's this like, this is like there's like little subzones of Haga Basin, but this whole area is called Haga Basin. This is like a PvE zone. So like, you place this like little beacon. And that like allocates a certain amount of space as being yours to build in. And so long as you put fuel in these power generators, it generates a shield. So like no one can come in. Unless you like set the settings where like they have access, kind of like any kind of game like this, I assume. Or if like certain people have access to your base. But if this runs out of power, then the shield goes down. Anybody can come in here and take anything. And also, the building will take environment damage if it runs out of power to shield it as well. So like one of the things it tells you to do, like the very first thing it tells you to do in the game is to like build a base down here in this like, you start like down here. So I built a base like right here. And it tells you like, after you do a bunch of stuff down here, it tells you, oh, migrate up to this area and build a new base. And after you build a new base, it says like disown your old base or like basically unassign it from yourself. And I didn't think much of it. I was like, well, there's some stuff down here that I'd like to keep, but you know, whatever, like it's nothing I can't replace. And I did this on Sunday. And I came over here today because I was like, I happened to miss a quest here. So I came down here. I was like, well, I bet you some of the stuff is still there, you know, for anyone to take. I bet you I can go grab some of that stuff on my way back up. Almost everything from my base in 2 days was gone except for the foundation. The foundation was the only thing left. And I don't mean that from the perspective of somebody took it. I mean, like, the game's environment did damage to it over time. Like, it crumbled in 2 days. So, if you don't, like, make sure this thing is powered. So, this is powered for 14 days. This one is powered for 11 days. So, the amount of stuff I have in here right now takes both generators. So, if I don't refuel this within 11 days, then my shields will go down and the environment it'll take environment damage and anyone can come in and take anything. But that's how it works in like this PvE zone. This is all like a PvE thing. But like, as far as I understand, there's like a deep desert area, which is like PvP enabled. So if you like make anything in there, then anyone can like attack it and blow it up like it's fucking rust, right? So I think that's like the thing, right? It's like, this is for like, you know, your own PvE progression, and then the other one is like rust. I think. Let's just disassemble this bike. What time is it? It's about whiskey time. I'm gonna disassemble this bike that I'm thinking about it though. People leave bikes around all the time. Like it's a sandbox game ultimately. Like there's a place near me where people like disown their vehicles all the time. So like every time I go over there, there's someone who's disowned their fucking bike. And I'll just fucking. Oh, my backpack's full. Salvage this shit for parts. What am I full with? Random junk. I have some parts. Yeah. I'm ready to like move on from these shit ass containers though. There's better containers I can get. These little shit ones, I'm kind of done with dealing with these little small ass containers. What happened to that complex machinery I got earlier. Is it in here? No. Fuck, I hope I didn't leave it on the ground. I don't see it, but... Yeah, so once the iron is weighing me down. I'm gonna put these batteries. I don't know where I put the other batteries. This thing's full. Just put it in here. Okay, let's break down some of this nonsense. Alright, here's that bike part. And we'll just scrap this whole thing for parts. Yeah, these things worth a shit? No, they're like all fucking damaged. What's up? Not too bad. I'm doing okay. Oh, did I accidentally scrap a blood extractor? Oopsie doodle. Okay. I guess I could scrap these. They're pretty damaged, but... No, you're good. No problem. Again, I'm here for you. You don't have to be here for me.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Sandstorm? That sounds like a perfect time to log out. How's my water capacity doing? It's going. Am I out of blood? Yeah, I deposited all the blood. I guess this thing has still got a whole bunch of shit going on in it. Oh yeah, it's gonna be a minute. Do I need to make another... I might need to make another reservoir. I might not have enough capacity in my network for all this water.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
That'll help. Alright. Main menu. Rock on. We got some good stuff done today. Ugh, What's left? What's to do next? I didn't even look. I made the silicone blocks, and I didn't really see what else there was to do after that. But silicone blocks is an improvement. There's a whole bunch of stuff that I needed that required silicone blocks. So we're there now. Continue that tomorrow. So now it's time. I didn't finish my Rockstar. Oof. That's how you know that the flavor is shit when I fucking didn't even finish it. God damn. Piece of shit. Alright. Let's go to food and drink. We didn't do live review yesterday because instead we got into the new bottles that I got, which I guess I can show again. Probably have time to show them again for you guys that weren't around yesterday. Now the most interesting one that we got was we got a 50 milliliter shot of Canadian Club for free. I don't know what I'm gonna do with this, but thank you for this. But also we got a 12-year-old Loch Lomond. This is 46% alcohol refill bourbon cask. This Highland? Is this Highland Scotch? Or is this Speyside? I'm not 100% sure. I think this is Highland Scotch. But I'm actually kind of excited for this one. It's supposed to be kind of industrial, and it's refill bourbon, my favorite cask. So that'll be wild. A wild option here. So we have Loch Lomond 12. Again, don't forget Canadian Club 50. Again, we got some Nika single malt Yochi from the Nika Yochi distillery. I think I'm assuming you pronounce that right. I have no idea. This is an authentic Japanese whiskey, single malt. It is peated. It is a peated Japanese whiskey. Again, this is 45% alcohol from the Nika brand here in Japan. We got this one, the Bira South Pacific rum. This is an independent bottler from Canada called Bira. This is rum from Fiji, 12 years of age, 55% alcohol from the. I'm assuming the distillery on Fiji that does the other Fiji rums, like Bounty. You've ever heard of the rum Bounty? I think it's the same distillery, but this is an independent bottle, a selection of 9 casks at 55% alcohol. 12 years old, pot stilled rum from Fiji. And we got a kind of a standard staple, the Bamor 15, 43% alcohol. We'll say medium peated. It's not as it's heavily peated, realistically, but it's not as peated as some of the other Islas. Again, they used to call this the Bamor 15 the darkest, the darkest Scotch you've ever seen, even though it's colored. From the #1 vaults of Bamor, 15-year Bamor. 1, 2, 3, and yeah, and the only other one missing, which, if you're privy to the inside scoop, you know we got this fancy thing, the Ardbeg Smokeaverse. Look at this box. The Smokeaverse. all the way. This is a high gravity Ardbeg at 48.3% alcohol. In what they call a high gravity mash. It was made for Ardbeg Day in 2025. 25 years of the Ardbeg Committee. So definitely looking forward to some of this. I heard it is very toasted malts, very fruity esters, but of course all the smoke that you expect from Ardbeg, the center of the smokeverse. When you think about it too, if it's high gravity mash and there's more malt and less water in the mash, that means there's more peat. When you think about it. It could be more peaty too, or peated in a weird way. Then again, when you add lots of sugar before fermentation, the yeast sometimes does some weird things. So that's probably what makes it interesting. And that's the smokeverse. All right, that's what we got. We looked at those yesterday. So today, since we didn't do live review yesterday, we'll do live review today. Which will be something random, some random thing. So let's see. Let's get our favorite randomization device out here. Out here. And see what we can see. My bookmarks are messed up. Boom. Give her a spin. Spin to win. Bushmills 10. That was reviewed like a year ago. We already did this one too. Whoop. Whoop. Whoops. Come on, Wheel of Fortune. No, that's not a real. That's not a real. I'm not sure why that's on the wheel, but it is. Wheel of Fortune. Wheel of Fortune. Oh my god. I need to make another wheel that doesn't have bottles we already did on it. It's starting to get a little egregious. Does this add to suspense or make the suspense flat? Did I do this? I'm sure I did this. Holy fuck. Yeah, I did this recently. Man. I did this one like last week. Yeah, we're gonna have to find a better solution for this part. This is not working very well. How is that even possible? There's like 120 things on the wheel. Okay, there we go. That's an interesting one to rate, but sounds good. All right, I'll be right back. Okay, so slightly weird issue. I don't know where this bottle went. And I'm surprised this is the first time this has happened. But give me a minute. All right, we found it. Wasn't so bad. All right. All right, today live review of the Shelter Point Whiskey Club release number 2 Seaweed and Peat. And this is a exclusive Whiskey Club membership product. I don't know if they released a regular strength of this or not. But this is a Canadian grain whiskey, 60% ABV. Wait, no, this isn't 60. This is 59.5. I'm not sure why mine says 60. 59.5% ABV. That's not quite 120. That's 119. 119 proof. This is non-chill filtered natural color. And this is a 50% Shelter Point Farm unmalted barley. So that's why this is a grain whiskey. Technically, it's half unmalted barley. Another half is British Columbia grown malted barley. It is aged 3 years in ex-bourbon and then aged another 4 years in a barrel that has been smoked with local island seaweed and peat. So it is a seaweed and peat smoked barrel, roughly 7 years of age. But because half of it is unmalted barley, it's 100% barley, but 50% is malted, the other 50% is unmalted. So that makes this a single grain whiskey. Technically, if we're going to get technical. And yeah, this club release comes with a little bit of a pamphlet. Pretty much mostly just telling you what I've kind of already sort of said. It's a smoky barrel, not a smoky malt. So again, it's from Shelter Point, Nelson Investments. Own this, I think. And we'll rate this out of 100. 25 for aroma, 25 for palate, 25 for finish, 10 for texture, and 15 for my personal experience. And of course, this is sort of a like unobtainium bottle somewhat. Again, I think they tend to release these sometimes at normal strength, but in order to get this at cask strength, you have to subscribe to their annual membership and receive it that way in these kind of like half bottle formats. So if you're in the United States or really anyone who has say missed this point in the membership process, this may be unobtainium. You might be able to get a membership in the States. I have no idea actually. But it's it's hard to get these. You can't just get them. So, like that, a little bit of a perhaps exclusive review, but a review nonetheless. If anything, get on the train, get a yearly membership with Shelter Point. So far, I've been impressed with their line of products. Give that a bit of a spin, a bit of a light. Why not? Again, so this is 7 years of age, 3 years ex-bourbon, and 4 years in a smoky barrel, which I don't know if it's an ex-bourbon or a new charred oak. But this is natural color, 7 years of age cask strength. So that's pretty rich. That's a pretty rich color for 7 years. Of course, this has cask strength though, so there's no water added here. Of course, we have our signature Shelter Point single malt whiskey, Glencairn, as is fitting for the moment. I'll have to check again, but when I was on there last, not that long ago, I saw that they had an Ultima available, and an Ultima is like a special release only available to club members, but you have to buy it, and it's a full bottle. And it was something aged in an Ardbeg barrel. I can't remember. I wonder if I can find it real quick. Let's see if it's still here. I don't know if it's still here or not. Yeah, I can't find it quickly and easily, but if you're in the Discord, I'll post it later. I think it was like a 10-year-old whiskey aged in an Ardbeg barrel or something like that. Anyways, you guys might find that interesting. But this one we have here, again, is a smoky barrel. It's not an Ardbeg barrel, it's just a smoky barrel. So let's see what we got here. Again, strong, like apple juice. Like a slight grain sweetness, and then like a classic kind of like graham cracker kind of aroma, which is typical from Shelter Point. There's also like a bit of a citrus. It kind of just smells to me like right up front, like the typical Shelter Point profile. I'm not getting a whole lot of seaweed and peat right at the get-go. It has got a little bit of a brine to it, but nothing super smoky. Maybe like a slight whiff of like apple with smoked bacon. Like slightly protein. Oh, so good, actually. There is like an unsweetened chocolate aspect here. Yeah, and the way that malt kind of hits like toasted grains or like graham cracker is always like really interesting with this distillery. It's really nice. But again, it's not hitting me very much on the smoke peat seaweed level, at least not on the aroma. There is a slight smoked protein element here, but it's like a whiff at best. All right, so shelter point, cask strength, seaweed and peat on the palette. Cheers. So again, right on the tack, you get a little bit of that apple juice, kind of like really kind of slightly sweet orchard apple character. That's kind of like mixed with a little bit of that toasted grains. Then like comes a bit of a spiciness. As you kind of like transition like to the back of like the mid palate into the back palate, some of that like salty, slightly green, slightly earthy note kind of appears, with a slight kind of like burnt log smokiness. There's also like on the finish, there's like a bit of a bitter dark chocolate thing. That's all I can think of right in a second, but I was trying to compose my palate note because there's a good like kind of like attack mid palate kind of back palate to this. There's a good like set of transition. You get like that initial malt character with some of that like spiciness and earthiness coming next, and then into that like kind of like slightly smoky campfire aspect. So you get a nice transition and a nice segregation and distinction of flavors, like from the beginning to end on the palate, which is always like, to me, a sign of something that's well crafted. Nothing is like muddled and hiding and like stumbling over itself and being hard to get at. Bit of a honey sweetness on the aroma now. You know, like honey grains, graham crackers, obviously one that we always get here. There's a slight smokiness in there. And that smokiness and the sweetness, you kind of get a bit of that like maple bacon, a bit of that like applewood smoke. Quite lovely, yeah. This kind of feels like every Shelter Point like unique cast strength release I've tried so far, which I think I've tried 3. Man, it really nails the aromas in the palate for sure. Let's try to focus on the finish. Earthiness. Some spiciness is there. There's a smoke component. Bit of salt. Not too green though, not too seaweed. Not too like peaty. Mostly like earthy, spicy, salty. Some of that toasted grains is in there. Some oak component. Finish is like medium. It's not like crazy or anything. Maybe some like bitter dark chocolate on the finish. I'm not getting too much citrus today. We're not so much on the citrus today for whatever reason. Kind of that mostly like forefront orchard fruit note. That's kind of like taking a back seat now. We're all in like the sweetnesses and the toasted malts. All right, so I'm at 25. The aroma. Again, great intensity, great set of flavors. Aromas, I suppose. Not quite super emergent, but a little bit. You know, sometimes you get in there and you get the slightly protein components. Sometimes you get in there and you get like the maple bacon. Sometimes you get in there and you get the apple. Slightly emergent, not like super emergent. Aroma hit me with that 20. All right, so hey, remember me? I don't remember you, neighbor, but welcome back. There's like something like that's like almost apricot in this. All right, so the palate. So again, at first you get some of that slightly fruity, toasted grains, slight sweetness. Then comes the spices, and a slightly smoky component, like slight earthy peat, slightly like a charred log. Kind of hits you like back of the mid palate to the back palate. Good transitions. Actually, the heat is well managed here too. I don't find this terribly hot at 59.5% alcohol. So it's not like super duper aggressive alcohol wise on the palate. So in that way, smooth for the proof in my view. Good several set of strong notes. Pretty tasty. 21. What am I drinking? This is a Shelter Point Whiskey Club cask strength release seaweed and peat 7-year-old single grain from the Shelter Point distillery. Club release exclusive. So let's talk about the finish of the 25. It starts with that earthiness, that spiciness. Some of that like sweet grains. Kind of low profile though. Into that like dark chocolate, charred log, oak barrel impact. Pretty reasonable. Not the longest finish, but strong notes, good intensity. The finish like 19. I want you to review a movie trailer. I'm not a movie person. That is an odd request. I don't think I've ever done that. I think I am the wrong person for that review. All right, out of 10, let's talk about the texture. which at this point hasn't been particularly notable. So it's obviously not thin, but the thickness doesn't necessarily impress me in any way. It's fine. 6. Alright, out of 15, my personal subjective experience with this one Shelter Point Seaweed and Peat Cask Strength. I really like this as a cask strength Shelter Point product. That being said, the impact of like the smoky barrel is maybe not like as strong and as intense as it could be. It feels like to some extent there should be very like strong smoke notes, maybe like cigar box or tobacco, which I didn't get today. And like maybe like, you know, have a real peat, salty, briny seaweed character, which you do get a little bit of that brine, a little bit of that saltiness. But you know, the barrel comes across almost like a bit of an accent on top of like a regular sort of Shelter Point cask strength sort of a whiskey, which isn't necessarily like a bad thing. Like it's kind of like an interesting compliment, an interesting like remix, but in a lot of ways kind of feels very similar. This did not like hit like some kind of like Isla whiskey to me. It kind of just has like a slight kind of like smoky, salty component. And it's nice in that way, but nothing like wowing, nothing transforming. Like that, it's not like an out of this world experience, but it is an excellent whiskey. Lots of complexity, good transition of flavors, good segregation of flavors, well crafted in that way. So obviously we can't really talk about necessarily, well, why would you get this bottle? This is kind of a very hard to get exclusive kind of bottle to acquire. So in that way, we can't really take it from that perspective, but how do we feel about how well does it stand out? How distinct is this? And for me, I guess we'll say this stands out quite a bit, but it's nothing wild and crazy. It's a distinct, interesting expression. I'll go with 9 for my personal experience. So like that, we'll go 20 and 21 and 19 and 6 and 9 is 75 out of 100. Which is a fairly good score. We'd call this a great whiskey. And I agree, it is a great whiskey. A nigh unobtainable whiskey, but a great whiskey nonetheless. What whiskey is it? This is the Shelter Point Cask Strength Club exclusive Seaweed and Peat. So this is club exclusive to the yearly membership at Shelter Point. It comes in these like half-size bottles. Sometimes they'll release these at a non-cask strength proof, but the only way to get these cask strength versions is through Shelter Point's membership program. This is about 7 years old. Again, 3 years in ex-bourbon and 4 years in a barrel that was smoked with island seaweed and peat. So pretty good in that way. Not chill filter, natural color, all the goods. A fellow neighbor on YouTube, welcome man. I'm like in the middle of talking about whiskey. We're doing a review, and you're spamming my chat asking me to go watch some movie trailer. Like, the fact that you keep spamming please is unfortunate because that means that you can't be patient enough for me even to finish my, like, composite sentence. So, what we're going to do is we're going to give you about 24 hours to think about your situation. Okay? And then maybe tomorrow we'll talk. Have fun. Ultimately, this is a whiskey channel. It's not a movie trailer review channel. And I may grace your request at some point, but please do not spam in my chat. Thank you. Put them in timeout. They've been given 24 hours to think about their situation. Yeah, so but yeah, let's see if I can find those other I thought I got an email. Wait, is there a honey barrel? Oh, I just seen this. This is like my favorite Canadian whiskey distillery, I think. I think there's a honey barrel. Honey cask finish? The team at Bulky Valley Honey wanted to use one of their barrels for a barrel-aged honey. I want the barrel-aged honey, too. Honey barrel-aged whiskey. 53% alcohol, single malt, honey cask finish. Huh. That sounds so good. What about the honey, though? Hold on. Do these guys have honey for me? Whiskey barrel aged honey? Hold on. We're on 2 trains right now. Barrel aged honey. Unpasteurized Canadian barrel-aged honey. So this was aged in a shelter point barrel. That doesn't seem very expensive. Shop wholesale. Am I a wholesale customer? I gotta log in. They got all kinds of honey related products, but I'm in it for the barrel aged honey. Nine reviews for barrel aged honey. Hands down the best honey I've ever put in my mouth. I've always been a black coffee drinker, though lately I've been enjoying this honey with a kick. Delicious. It's so good I eat it by the spoonful. What's shipping? What's shipping, though? Is it stupid? Ship within Canada, that's fine. How much? How much? Hold on. How much? How much for one of your finest barrel-aged honey? Shipping. How much the shipping? I gotta put in a bunch of information. Fuck. They want my fucking name of my firstborn child, social security number, fucking everything. Too many maple bucks. I'm about to find out. I want this. I want that. It's 18 Canadian dollar for 500 grams. But I'm trying to figure out what the shipping is. This honey may only be shipped within British Columbia. Fuck. They won't ship to me? I'm in Canada. I'm just on the other side. They only ship within British Columbia. There must be some kind of fucking rule that they can't ship their fucking unpasteurized honey. Like across the fucking trade. Fucking interprovincial trade barriers, okay? I can't buy a British Columbia honey. What the fuck is that? That's bullshit. Okay, let me see if I can find the other thing I was looking for. I do want this honey barrel thing, though. Guys have some odd laws up there. It's stupid, man. Like, when they started doing the tariff thing, people were talking about, wow, we have all these interprovincial trade barriers. And I'm like, what? And then it's like, well, turns out we're just fucking each other over all the time. Like, every province has their own fucking, like, trade rules. Like, to, like, the point, to, like, the tune of, like, $200 billion a year or something like that. I can't remember how I got to this. Before, I was able to, like, look at... Maybe I need to log in. I was able to look at, like... hold on. I was able to look at, like, whiskeys that were club exclusives. And I was thinking about getting something, but it's hard. And by that I mean it's like just order one bottle from a distillery and pay the shipping is kind of rough. Why is this being weird? What is happening? Is it listed on my other email? What's going on? Oh, it's a different email. Yeah, so the 10-year-old estate bottle I have, they have a non-cask strength version of it for sale. What was the other? Where's the? Let me see if I can get in. If I can get in, you know, if that makes any sense. Where's like all of the products? I don't know why their website's so hard to navigate. Oh, here it is here. Okay, I found it. I don't know why it's so hard to get to this point. This like thing where it shows their whole collection. So there's like Oh, here's the honey cask. At 53% alcohol, that seems pretty dope. That means you get the most friggin' honey out of it. It's this thing. This thing here, the Ultima 3. I don't know anything about it, and it's hard to find information on it, other than it's a shelter point at cask strength that was aged in an Ardbeg barrel. I wonder, it doesn't, I don't know anything about it other than that. And you have to be a club member, which I am. The nose is full of well-rounded peat and hints of salty medicinal notes. There is sweetness and a hint of peppery spice. On the palate, first sensation is of the mouthfeel, full and smooth, and a fruity sweetness. Smoky stewed peaches with strawberries. Finish is long, allowing plenty of time to explore the flavors. Salty tapenade, charred vegetables with smoked beef, and a hint of creamy sweetness and a mature cheddar sharpness. What the fuck? This this finish explanation is like, what the fuck? It's honey? No, not this one. This isn't the honey one. This is the Ardbeg barrel. The Ardbeg barrel shelter point. Charred vegetables with smoked beef. Mature cheddar. There's no way. I need this. And I think you can buy, where's the... Oh, see, they have it, the tequila. This is the one I missed, the tequila cask. I wonder if I should get a tequila cask. I could do one where like I get the I could get the tequila cask, which I missed, and the Ultima. You think that's worth it? Oh, they have a gin. I forgot about this. They have a gin. Richness, juniper, citrus, pepper, and pine. That sounds like such a generic gin, though. That sounds like the most generic gin I've ever heard of. Classic one-shot London dry gin. Juniper, coriander, angelica root. I'm going to be honest, this doesn't sound like a very interesting gin. It sounds like we needed to make something that didn't require barrel aging to make money. That's what it sounds like. And it sounds like a fucking London dry. A straight London dry fucking beefeater. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. It's made with malted Canadian grains, though. That's kind of interesting. That not that means anything if it's distilled to neutral. Oh, but there's this honey barrel. Yeah, see, like this thing here. This is the tequila barrel. But you can also get a cask strength tequila barrel at half size for this price. It's like sometimes they release it at like a watered down version. This is like 46% probably. Yeah, 46%. I get the feeling the tequila barrel didn't sell that well because it's still here. It's like this is the 10-year estate that I have a cask strength mini bottle of too. They didn't do it. Wait, do you think? Well, yeah, I don't think they did a cask strength. This is 53%. They probably didn't do a cask strength of this. I was hoping that maybe the fourth mini bottle release would be a honey barrel. Should I wait? This is already here, though. There's no way, right? At 53% alcohol? There's no way. Maybe we'll just have to... What was the other Ultimas? This is Ultima 3. What was Ultima 2? It's obviously all gone. Oh, hard big barrel. There's no way it has this on it, right? Charred vegetables with smoked beef and mature cheddar. There's no way, right?
What's it?
He's saying second Ultima.
How's that?
What?
Legal not for half the summer, right?
I mean, yeah, it's basically child abuse.
See? We'll get in trouble if you go out with a...
Your scalp is gonna get scorched. You wouldn't want that. You'll care when your head starts shedding. Maybe. Alright. So that's that. Good review. Enjoyed that. I like Shelter Point. Shelter Point's good. Good stuff. Thank you guys for watching. You guys for being here. Appreciate you. Be back tomorrow. Oh, tomorrow's Fresh Crack. It's Wednesday. It's Wednesday, my dudes. So tomorrow, on deck, trying to watch that movie, yeah. Bamor 12, Sherry Oak. Okay. 12-year-old Secret Highland Distillery Finest Whiskey. Okay. Linkwood 14 years at cask strength in a refill sherry butt. Okay, this is also here. The Talisker Title Churn 2024 Diageo special release 8-year Talisker aged in or finished in stone spun lightly retoasted casks. And of course we still have the Glentalker's 12 years sherry butt. So one of these tomorrow. Yeah, we'll pop in, do our energy drink. About 3 more hours of Dune, which I enjoyed today. And then one of these fine bottles we'll crack open. Maybe sample some Tostitos. Just kidding. Just had some Jimmy John's. Tried their new toasted sub. It was nom nom nom. I can't. We don't have Jimmy John's up here. Although I do like. Last time I had a sub, it was a pizza sub double cheese from Subway toasted. It was okay. It went straight to the toilet really quick though. I'm not sure what that means. Like there's no nutritional value in it, even though it's a sandwich. But anyway, how is Dune? Dune's really fun, but you have to go into it with the right perspective, I suppose. So it is a survival game. They used the word MMORPG a little bit. And it is sort of an MMORPG in the same way that like Fallout 76 is kind of an MMORPG. It's like... what's the word that people use these days? A pseudo MMO. It's like sort of MMO. But it's mostly like a survival game. I want to take spice and ride a worm. You can't ride worms yet, but supposedly that's a thing that they're supposed to do eventually. You can take spice though. That is definitely a thing. It kind of plays almost like a Dune RPG a little bit, but it's very much a sandbox game, like Rust or like Ark Survival Evolved, primarily. But there is like an RPG element, and there is like a multiplayer MMORPG element as well. So it's kind of cool in that way. Some of the main quests I've done so far involve you like snorting spice and then having a vision. But there's also like some kind of mechanic where you like, if you like ingest spice and put it in your bloodstream, that has some effect, which I don't know at this point, and I don't necessarily want to spoil it for myself because it's kind of an interesting concept. But put it this way, you can make spice beer. That is a thing in the game, spice beer. You can also make spice wine and spice liqueur. So if that's not enough, that being said, that's actually based off of real Dune lore, I think. Because my understanding, like I was saying earlier, is that is like the Bene Gesserit. That's how they like would ingest their spice. They wouldn't like snort it. They would like drink alcohol that's laced with it, and then like wear these like contact lenses so you couldn't tell that they were spice addicts. Because I'm sure if you've seen the Dune movie or any of like the Dune kind of stuff, you know, like the guys have like the blue eyes when they're like have their spice levels and their blood are so high and they're addicted to spice that their eyes are bright blue. Apparently, like a lot of nobles, like are addicted to spice, but you don't know because they wear these contact lenses that hide their spice addiction. It's kind of interesting. That's canon. That's canon in Dune. The series is really good on HBO. Is there a series? Like on top of the movies? I thought it was just movies. It's before the movies? I've never heard of this series, I guess. HBO. Oh, Dune Prophecy. I see. Yeah, I never heard of this before, actually. Oh, this is based off the prequels. Okay, so... yeah, so Dune and Dune Messiah, so those... the Dune 1 Part 2 and Dune Messiah, those are Frank Herbert books. But this stuff, this prophecy stuff, and I don't know how it is close to Brian Herbert's work, but what I read is that when Frank passed away, he left some amount of stuff, but not very much stuff, and Brian, his son, wrote the prequels, but he didn't, based off of almost no notation, so it's almost entirely Brian Herbert's work. He wrote these prequels that I'm assuming Dune Prophecy is based off of, because it says 10,000 years before Dune, which is like, this is like the area that Brian Herbert's prequels, I think, were written about. So it's probably based off Frank Herbert's son's work on the prequels to Dune. Yeah, written by Brian Herbert and Kevin J. Anderson. Yeah. It's right here, yeah. Inspired by the novel Sisterhood of Dune. Yeah. So it's like one of those things where it's like really good, highly recommend. Yeah, I could try it. Depends if I have time. It's a time issue most of the time. But it's like, it's a weird thing. Like, how canon whether you think it's canon or not? Because technically Frank didn't write it, so is it canon? It's like, well, it's an adaptation of a book that might not technically be canon based on your opinion, but whether or not it is or isn't, it's just whether or not it's a good story at the end of the day, and you can decide for yourself whether or not you feel like it's deserves to be canon or not. It's always weird when like authors die before they finish their work, you know. Something, George R. Martin, you better get to work, buddy. You're gonna die before those books come out. How many more is he supposed to write? Because he's been working on this one for like 10 years or something. There's supposed to be 2 more books. Oh, he's fucked. He's fucked. How old is he? 76? Oh man, he's fucked. He must be just so rich he doesn't care anymore. Anyway, at the end of the day, maybe. I downloaded like PDFs of the books, of the Dune books, and I don't know if I'm gonna like be able to read them. I might have to like audiobook them. I just have a hard time with reading stuff. TV might be better though. Anyway, thank you guys for being here. Thanks for watching. Again, Dune again tomorrow. Reading stream while drinking whiskey. I mean, I did read a lot in Riven. I don't know if, like, my narration is any good, though. That's the one thing, is, like, I felt like I stumbled over words a lot. I don't know if my narration is the ones that, like, people would want to listen to. But... time. There's only so much. What am I writing here? Oh, right. Shelter point, seaweed, and close enough. Alright, thank you guys for being here again. Yeah, Dune tomorrow, fresh crack tomorrow. And we'll go from there. I appreciate you guys. Thanks for watching. And I'll see you tomorrow. Peace!